Hi guys, this is Ola from CatPond and I'm here to introduce the new mild project to you. It has been a short while since we completed our previous project, which is the radial engine using Inventor 2021. It's right about time that I started a new project. And what would our new project be? Here it is. So why this project? Well, this is one product which I can say that is loved by people of all races, colors, genders and all. It's very popular and loved. It is definitely something that I've always wanted to do. I'm only hoping that you will be interested in this also. Well, it is going to be a relatively short one, but I would also like to make it adequately detailed. It is short because it doesn't have as much parts as the previous one, but by all means I would want to give it the best shot that I can. So you might be wondering that why am I into a different software right now, which is Autodesk Fusion 360. I would say why. I think Fusion 360 is definitely going to be like, let's say, the future of Autodesk softwares for manufacturing. And also because it has a very good freeform interface. So I would be using Fusion 360. But despite the fact that the software has changed, I can guarantee that using the Autodesk Inventor software is still going to give you the same kind of product if you follow suit with the steps bit by bit, and that is that. So for this project, I've kind of tried to arrange the files that will be used. I would be using reference files for mine, but I also created a resource folder where I should be able to share a link to this folder to everyone who requests, so that we can have the same reference images that I would be using for this project. So what's going to happen is you're going to be able to have access to every single one of these files, and from then you should be able to also use the same files to create your own parts. Alright guys, so that's all for now, and we get into the modeling in the next videos. In this video, we would learn how to change our units, insert canvas, calibrate our canvas, create a surface plane using the Freeform tool, and also create a solid out of the surface plane. At the end of this video, we would have been able to get to this point where we have created the very basic geometry of our controller pad. Alright, let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is we are within our workspace, and then I would navigate over to the files that I would be using. I would save my files here since this project is already activated, so I think I'm good to just continue my work and all files will be saved here. Alright, then we have to change the units of our model, and what to do is I go over to document setting, select on units, this here, and make it millimeter. So if yours is in millimeter, I would suggest you do that, because what we are going to be working on is going to be using the millimeter dimension or unit style. So mine is already set as default, and so I can cancel. The next thing to do is to insert our canvas. I'll go over to insert here, click on canvas, and what this does for us is that we are able to insert images that can be traced. Over to reference files, and I would look for the file number 7. Insert. So now we have the canvas window here, and then I need to select on the plane where I want to place my canvas. I select on this top plane, which is the ZX plane. Alright, we notice that the canvas is inverted, so I would roll this over 180 degrees. I could check over here the Z angle to confirm the rotation, and after doing that, I would say okay. For now, we are not bothered about the dimension. So having inserted my canvas, I come over here. It's a good practice, so we would click on this and rename this canvas. So I'll call this the top plane canvas. Alright, so with this, we would be able to calibrate this canvas, because right now we don't know the dimension. Alright, so we notice that there's something wrong. We have the top sliding or rotated this way, and this is like this. So I can right click on the top plane and say edit canvas, and then I rotate it this way -90 degrees, and okay. So the top plane and this way, it looks good now. Alright, the next thing for us to do is to recalibrate this canvas, because as at now we don't know the dimension of what this is. However, we would like to make it to be the proper dimension for the real life scale controller pad. Alright, so the next thing is going to be for us to go back to the reference files, search for the file that contains the drawings where we can get the information of the size of our controller pad. And we have that here. Reference 1, I double click on this, and I double click on this. So we notice that the size, the length of this pad is 152.9 millimeters. So we are just going to say 153, alright? And I would just reduce this, cancel this, and come over here. I'll go back to top plane canvas, right click, and select on calibrate. So what the calibrate does for us is that we are able to select the extreme ends of the object or the canvas and then insert a dimension to it. So visually, I can understand that this should be the extreme end at this point, 0.1, and let's say this is 0.2. And the issue with this is that we try as much as possible to make the points straight to each other. So I'll just do this, or let's say I pick up my grid to make it easier. That'll be better. So I trace out with the grid. I know that this is a line, and select on this point here. Alright, so we have 16.572 blah 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 millimeters, and we change this to 153 based on the dimension seen in our reference image, and click on enter. Okay, now the size has increased, and then with this done, the next thing for us to do is to insert another canvas. So I'll go over to home view, zoom out. I can leave the grid lines there. To pan around your workspace, you can hold on to the control button and click on your scroller to move around. So I go back to insert canvas again, and this time around I'm inserting canvas 10. is not here, weirdly. So I'll just go to resource folder. They should contain the same files, but I don't know why this is so. I'll click on insert, and I would select on this plane, which is our right plane, the plane between the Z and Y axis. I select on this, zoom in, and we can see what we have. This is in the opposite direction, so I would scroll down here and say horizontal flip. Alright, and click on OK. Alright, so with this, I'll rename this canvas to side plane. Great. At this point, I would make this kind of invisible, and the next thing for us to do is definitely going to be to calibrate this canvas. Alright, click on this and say calibrate. So if I go back to my reference image, which is 1, it's already opened here. We have 101.9 millimeters as the overall height of the controller. So what we are going to use is that we are going to just approximate and use 102 millimeters. Alright, at this point, since we have our grid lines on, I would select my calibration point. Let's click. Let's do this again. Calibrate. I click on this point. I check all the way using the grid line, and the extreme end is somewhere around here, joining with this plane point here. Okay, so that was tricky, and I would call this, or change this to 102 millimeters. Alright, with this done, I can check what this looks like this way and rotate. You see that they are kind of almost at the same point, except for possibly a little bit of differences, but that can be overlooked. Let's see. You know what? We are going to change the calibration of this side plane and just make it a little bit larger. Alright, so from this point here, instead of having it to be 102 millimeters, then we'll make it 105 millimeters. Alright, so this is good, and at this point we are making quite some progress. Alright, so now we are done with the side plane, and we are not going to use it right now, so we can hide this and go over to our top plane. There's something important for us to notice here. We notice that the origin point is here. However, we can see through this line that it's different from where this point, the center of this circle, is. So to correct that, we are going to edit this canvas again, just to make it symmetrical with the origin planes. So I would suggest moving this way. Okay, that is very massive. So let's try something like 1 point. Okay, 1 is good. Let's say 1, right? 5, 1.1. So we move it by 1.1 millimeters, and okay, and then we can see that they are on the same line. Alright, so with this, we go over to create our freeform. I select on the create form icon or tool, and then our workspace changes. I go to create and I select on plane, right? And so what I'll do is I'm going to create a plane on this face. on this planar face. So I would select on this, and then the origin point of this plane to be created, I would say from here, and let's just take it upward this way, right? So we have a 4-faced plane, and that's good for us. I would bring this closer just a little bit, and let's say drag this down just a little bit. It will still be changed, but we just do this. And then I select on OK, right? At this point, I'll click on Modify, select all of the planes created, and just move them up this way. Alright, so now we have created the basics of what we want to do today, and then the next thing is just to draw and trace out the canvas to cover up every part that we have. So at this point, we know that the pad is symmetrical to each other. That is, this half of the pad is the same as this half of the pad. That's excluding the buttons that we have. So what we need to do is to make sure that whatever we create is symmetrical on both sides. And to achieve that, we'll select on Mirror Internal Symmetry here. And what this does for us is that it creates a symmetry line automatically. Okay, we can move away from this. So it creates a symmetrical line for us here that allows every action we make on this side or on this side to be replicated on the other side. So I'll select on this face and this face as the two symmetrical faces. And then you notice this green line is our symmetrical line or mirror line. And then I click on OK. Alright. At this point, we would go ahead to create the other parts of this plane. Okay, I would double click on this line, go over to Modify, hold on to my alternate key on my keyboard, the Alt key on my keyboard, and select on one of these controls here. But here I'm going to select on this planar control and then just drag. So I'll do this 1, drop, click again, 2, drop, click again, 3, drop, click again, 4. Alright, so with this I can click, and then I will change my workspace view into a box view, which we can see here, display mode. The shortcut for that is Alternate and 1 using your Windows, and this is just for us to be able to have better understanding of the splines that are being used in this work. Modify this, can drag this up or drag it down, and you notice that whatever changes I make here are being replicated at the other side. So for now, what I'll do is I'll select on this point and drag it outward this way. I'll select on this also, drag outward this way. Alright, I'll select on this point, the vertex there, select on this vertex and drag. I'll select on this vertex and bring it somewhere here. Select on this vertex, bring somewhere here. What I'm doing right now is just based on visual representation, whatever I think looks good enough. So right click this, drag it upward. Okay, so with this we would select on these two lines, right, and do the same process again. I select on alternate key, I select on this, drag to bring it down, drop, drag again to bring it down, drag this way. Since this is still large, so what I can do is to select on this line to scale it in and move it this way, then click on alternate again, drag and bring it this way. Alright, so this is kind of tricky. I would scale it down also using this line here just to drag it in a little bit. And alright, I bring it this way. Okay, I would try to arrange this just at this point. Select on this vertex. What is going on? Select on this vertex, bring it this way, select on this pod here. I select on this vertex, drag somewhat this way, select on this vertex, drag somewhat this way. Alright, so with this, the next thing to do would be for me to extrude these lines. So what I would do is I would select on this first line and select on this. I would also select on the vertex here. Alright, because I noticed that sometimes if I don't, then it creates a space in between. So I haven't done that. I select on the alternate key, and you notice that we have extra 1, 2, 3, and 4 planes or faces here, lines. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to create 4 also here. And the purpose for doing that is so that when we join the meshes together, that it gives us a defined and organized kind of result. So I'll select on this, holding down my alternate key. I drag 1. Let me hold down this. I drag 2. I drag 3. And I drag 4. Alright. So with this, I can simply just bring this down. Let's see, snap to grid gone off, layout grid gone off. Let's see how we can. Okay, so it's kind of weird. I'll have to impute my dimension. So let's say 5.5, 5.6 is okay. Come on. 5.8, 5.9, 6. Alright, so 6 is good. I select on this also. Sorry, I want the lines, these lines here. Double click, and then I can drag these lines also downward just a bit. Then I do the same for this. I drag this downward a bit. That's too much. Let's take it by 2. Alright, and this also we drag down just a bit. Let's say 2. Okay, that's weird. Anyways, so we have that done, and then the next thing for us to do would be to extrude once all of these lines here. So I would select 1, 2, 3, 4, holding down my control key, go to my modify, then click on my alternate, click on this planar face and drag it sideways. Alright, so having dragged it sideways, I do that again the second time. Great. And then at this point, what we will need to do is to merge or weld vertices. So we know that this point at the vertices, I go to modify and go over to weld vertices. Alright, I select on this vertex and this, they're welded together, and we notice that the same thing is done here. Alright, so then I would select on this vertex and this, I would select on this vertex and this, select on this vertex and this, I'll select on this vertex and this, I'll select on this vertex and this. Alright, so we have something that looks like our gamepad, but is very not organized. And so what we would do is, okay, we would simply modify this till it suits our desires. So I'll just drag this and do this one after the other. This could take a long time, so I'm going to try to fast forward this process a bit, and we'll meet at the end of this. Alright, so I've gotten something like this. I would change this display style back to smooth by clicking on the Alt and 3. So this is smooth, but then we notice that it's not really aligning with what we have here, so I would have to edit that again by clicking on this point here and dragging it this way. Great. Let's see, selecting on this point and dragging this way. These parts are outside or not aligned, so make them aligned. Alright guys, so this is good enough. Hopefully you have something better than this. And at this point now, I select on OK, and we're done with the editing of the freeform faces here. And the next thing for us to do is to thicken this out. Right, for now it's just a face, but what we want is a solid. So I go to modify and go over to thicken. So I want my T-spline body, which is this, to be thickened. We have the options of making our thicken to be sharp, but I do not want sharp, or we do not want sharp. So we want to have soft, and direction is normal. So we increase the thickness of our plane to, okay, that's weird, 35 millimeters. And it's 35 based on what we have. Let's see. Okay, not based on this. So let's just say 35 millimeters to look something similar to what we have here. Okay. So 35 millimeters, that's good. We click on OK. Right. I can select on all of this, the whole body we just created. Move and take it up just a little bit. Let's see. Alright, so it's okay this way here. Alright, okay. And if we go back to our top plane and take a look at what we have, then we notice that we have created the first part of our game controller. Alright, finish the form. So we go over to save, and I would create this and call this the controller model. Save within my reference files, and that's it. Alright guys, so this is the end for this first part. In the next tutorial, we would be using our side plane to edit the form of this so that it looks more organic, like a real controller pad. In today's video, we are going to be modifying our freeform sculpt, which is this, using our side plane canvas. So this is what we created in the previous video, and so we will be modifying this. What we'll basically be doing today is we're going to be dragging faces, dragging lines, and dragging vertices. Since it is a freeform workspace, it's going to be working in such a way like we have a clay, and then we are able to modify our sculpt into whatsoever shape that we want. Also in this video, we are going to learn how to use the crease tool, and then we would also learn how to use the flatten tool. At the end of this, we will be able to obtain a sculpt model which looks like this. Alright, so let's get into it. Okay, so from the previous video, we were able to create this and then we finished the freeform. which created a solid body for us. And for us to continue today's work, we are going to go back into the Freeform to edit the sculpt. So I click on edit here, and then you notice that we are back into the Freeform workspace. Alright, so the first thing that we would be doing here today is for us to create a replica of this body. And the purpose for doing that is because in the process of modifying the sculpts, it's possible for you to mess it all up, and you don't want to lose the original file. So what we'll do is we'll just create a replica which we'll work on. So if you mess it up to an extent where you just can't go back, then you already have the original file that you can fall back on. Alright, so to do that, we go to, I select all of this and type on my keyboard M. So the M is a shortcut for move, but also we could use it to create a copy. So I'll click on create copy. If you notice that the OK here is locked, and I think that's because we are creating the copy on itself. I don't know why. So what we will just do is we just try to play a little bit of a trick. I would say we move it upwards in the Y distance by 0.1 millimeters. Okay. And then I would rename this to new body. I'll change this to original. Since there are just two parts, this might not be necessary. Alright, so with this, I can hide this part, then also go back to this body, click on M again, and then this time around we take it back -1. This time around we're not copying, we are just taking it back down. So I click on OK, and then we have this. So since we have this now, the next thing we would be needing to do is for us to modify the shape of our pad. It looks very weird, definitely, but it gets better. So I'm going to deviate for a very short moment. There's something I should have stated initially, which is has to do with the splines. So if I click on create a face and do this, if I select on spline, I want you to take note of something here. So I'm creating a shape like this, enter, and then another spline with a shape like this, enter. So these are two splines that kind of are going in the same direction. Well, they have the tangential vectors are different, but you get the idea. They are going in this direction. The only difference between these two splines right now is that one has very limited number of points, which is this 1, 2, 3, and 4, while these are a couple of points. Now for the one with very limited number of points, we are able to easily modify this without too much stress. But for something like this where we have more points, pulling one of the points is, or trying to modify this, is going to give you more work to do. So if you notice that this is changing again, and then it's just the basic stuff, like if you have too many points, then it gets complicated to modify. So that's that. So it's something I should have said during the previous video, but I did not. However, I'm saying it now. And the reason why I'm bringing this up at this point in time is to make you know that in the creation of your sculpts, the lesser the number of spline lines that you have, the better. So it allows you to be able to edit your splines and your freeform easily. Alright, so we go back to our new body, make this visible, and we go over to our canvas. We've dealt with the top plane already, so what we need to do now is to deal with the side plane. I go to right view, we know what we have here, It's going to be a little bit tricky, probably a little bit long also, but I'll try not to make it so. Alright, so the first things that we'll do, we're just going to try to get this curved shape here. So I go over to modify and I would select on this part of this. Let's say we select on it this way, and let's see what we're picking. I also want to pick this. It should select them all. I have no idea why it's doing this. Oh, okay, I know what's going on. So my filter is switched off, so I go to select, selection filter, select true, which means that it's able to select the vertices at the other side also. So modify, I select on all of this way. Alright, and then I will drag these downwards. Yeah, don't be bothered that it's looking weird. And then after dragging this, I'll select on this to rotate quite a little bit. Yeah, that's good. We can see that this is this way using the canvas, so I would select on what we have here and drag this downwards this way. Then I select on what we have here. So basically everything that I'm doing right now is simply based on what looks good to the eyes. So I'm scaling this down a little bit, these faces here. So it's based on what looks good to the eyes, and then until it's good enough for your eyes, then you just keep modifying and doing all of that. Alright, so we notice that here, okay, I think it's a little bit away. I try to be as perfect as possible with this. So we have that. I would select on these faces here, and let's drag this upwards somewhat this way. Yeah, great. This is this way again, so drag this forward. I would scale this down just a little bit. No, let's move it this way. Okay, drag it down. Like I said, I'm just trying to make it perfect. You don't have to do this, but it would be nice if your work is really good. So we would bring some of these faces down also to fit with this canvas here. So I would just say, let's try to select faces along this line and drag down a little bit. Alright, so that's good. I would also drag these faces here, try to select them all. Yeah, so that's what I need. I drag this down kind of this way. Then I would rotate, because it seems like it is rotating in a way. Alright, with that I would drag all of what we have here to make them fit with the shape here, kind of. So I think it's okay at this point. Alright, great. I'll move this again. Let's move these downwards this way. Yeah, good. Then I'll move this, bring this downwards this way. Here. Alright, we have something, a little bit of discrepancies here. So I would just drag these faces upward a bit. Let's see, where is it? Alright, so let's see something like this. Alright, and these faces here, we bring them this way. Alright, so that has been good. I would rotate to observe what I've done. Yeah, it has a little bit of weird looking stuff, but that's fine for now. So we have this is the first part. We've tried to bring this down. We've tried to modify the basics for now, and I could say okay. All right, so at this point we will try to look at our reference images to observe some of the details necessary, and we would search for, let's see, okay, image 17 is good. Double click. All right, let's see what this looks like. Xbox controller. Image 17. So we're able to see that this edge here is sharp all the way to this point, and then over here also. But I don't think it goes all the way around. Let's confirm that. So what image should we use? Alright, so looking at this image, we understand that the sharp edges stop somewhere around here. So that's just what we're going to do also. So I'll go over to the tool called crease, which is here. And then what the crease does for us is that it helps to convert lines such as these spline lines into sharp corners. So I would select crease for, first of all, let's deal with what we have here. I'm going to select every one of these lines around this way. So I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So yours might not be 11, but we just select all of the crease lines here, and then we come over here, and I would also select crease lines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, and click on OK. So what we have here now, you notice that we have our sharp lines and sharp edges here also. At this point in time, we notice that the sculpt is definitely not perfect, so we have to do more modification. So I would go to the box mode, alternate and 1, and then just move around many of the parts. So it's looking really weird, as you can see here. So I'll try to make this look at least sensible enough. And in the meantime, I'm going to make this speed up a little bit, and I'll meet you at the end of my modifications. So the trick is that you should try as much as possible to make it look good in this box form, and if it's good enough in the box form, then you're going to get something really good also when it's smooth. So in the box form, you don't want lines to be crossing each other. You want everything to be arranged properly. So that's what I'm trying to do here today. Alright, so at this point, it still looks weird, but I'm just going to select on 1, 2, 3. I would scale this way. No, take it back to its position. I would do this to make it straight, dragging on that scale line and pulling it downwards. I would select on, let's see what else I need to select on. So I'll select on the lines that looks like they're not straight enough. So something like this line that looks like it goes down and comes back up. So I select on that front plane. I'll select on this line and try to scale it to become straight. Let's see these lines also. They wouldn't be really scaled. I'll just do that a little bit. Alright. What else do we have? I think we have these lines here. 1, 2, 3. So front view, I would scale these lines this way to make them quite straight. I'll drag on this, drag this down. Yep. Alright, so we have this alternate and 3. That's good. Alright, so at this point we go one more step further. I mean, we can see that it's a little bit smoother right now. So we go back to our reference images and then we open up, okay, since I already have this on, and then we open up reference image 6. Alright, so what we are looking for here is, we understand that the bottom part of the controller is surely not the way it looks right now. It's not really smooth. So we're trying to figure out how this is done. So we notice that there's a kind of extrusion going inwards, and then also taking a look at the 17 again, it is evident that the thickness at this point here is smaller than the thickness behind or in front here. So we are going to be applying those to our work. I would go over to the bottom view. Alright, I'll change this back to the box view and select on each of these faces here. So you notice I'm not selecting the faces on the controller handparts, but just the ones at the center. I'm also not selecting this face here, so we have to be careful about that. I'm also not selecting the faces here. I'm selecting the faces strictly at the bottom, and when I do that, I can come over here this way. Let's see, and switch back on the side plane. Okay, it's not really going to be visible. So I would just drag these parts upwards in some form. Alright, so we do this. That's good. To confirm the distance being used, we definitely have to bring in another canvas. So I'll go to canvas and insert 11. Home view, and this would be on this plane. So this is what the canvas looks like, the front view of this. So for now we have not calibrated, and I would just say okay. So I can call this our front plane. Enter. Right click and calibrate. Alright, so we go over to this view. I'll select the extreme ends. Let's try to make our grids on and switch this off. Alright, so the extreme ends will be something from here to, let's see, where is the line, to this point here. So we are going to use our 153 millimeters, which we used in the previous video to calibrate the top plane, and I say enter. With this, let's see, good. So I bring up the top plane and the side plane just to align what we have with these planes here. So it looks good enough. Let's see. It looks good. It looks good. It looks good. All right, so that's fine. So I can take this back down, bring our body back up. Let's see. All right, so we'll move it downwards a little bit. Right click and edit canvas. So I'll just drag this down this way. Yeah, this way is good enough. We're going to do a lot of editings and I'll say okay. All right, so from this we would let's see, I think I need to move it downwards a little bit more. Edit canvas, just because if you notice this top part of pad, it should be aligned with this. However, it's important to note that the controller here that the reference image we are looking at is not in perspective, but our model is, which is the reason why we have this extrusion downwards here. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, yet simply because we have been able to see controllers in real life, so we should be able to identify when it gets tricky and know how to fix that. All right, so at this point we would simply modify what we have here. I know that we moved those faces upwards previously, so we need to edit some things here again. If we go to the smooth view, you can see the discrepancies which I spoke about. Okay, so this is extending out, right? And this, so we're going to try to recalibrate this again. Let's reduce this just to make it a little bit sensible. So instead of having 153, let's decrease the calibration of this to, let's say, 149. All right, so it's kind of looks better. And all right, so I will drag some of these faces downwards. Select these two, move. Let's drag them down this way. All right, so these faces also need to be brought downwards. Let's see, and this point, so I'll bring these down this way. Yeah, all right. In box view, we would bring this downwards, let's say somewhat this way. Drag this downwards somewhat this way. Drag this downwards also. Alright, so that's good. In smooth view, we notice this difference here. I bring these, drag this way. Alright, I'll scale this backwards direction. So select this guy and scale him this way. Bring this guy and drag out. So it's kind of weird, everything that we're doing right now, but it is necessary. Let's see. Control, alternate and A. So this is looking weird. Modify. So just take note that everything we are doing right now, we're just moving around and moving around and moving around till we feel satisfied with what we have. And alternate 3, so that's this. Alright, so I think that's a little bit satisfying. Alright, but then if we remember from the from this, we have a very small thickness here, so we're going to be applying that also here. So alternate and 1 again, move to front view. I select on these lines we have here. and drag these lines upwards this way. Since it's really small, so we take it this way, and then we have this. All right, but there's something we should notice here. Let's drag this guy down a little bit. So if we observe also from the reference image that we have, let's say the previous reference image, which was number 6, all right, so we see that it's a straight transition, so it just goes straight from the front towards this edge here. So but that's not the case here, because if we do alternate and 3, we notice that there's a lot of curves and all of that, which we do not want. So we are going to be flattening our bottom part of the pad. All right, so I'll go over to the flatten tool, which is this. Let's move it this way to ensure we are picking the right edges. So this is let's see, yeah, so these edges here are the front, or the first parts, the ones that I moved upwards. We have to be very careful in selecting these things. So I select on these edges 1 to 3. Remember that there's symmetry being applied, so it applies to the other side. So I could now select all of these edges up to the front point. Drag this upward a bit. 1, 2, 3. This, this, up to this point here where we have our crease. All right. So with this done, let's see, direction fit, control points, and OK. All right, so let's look at what this looks like now. So we notice that there's a flat movement and transition between this point here, from that point straight up to this here. Go back to the box view. We notice also these lines are a little bit curved here, so I'll try to make them straight actually. Move, so I'll just scale this way, straight. 1, 2. I'll scale this straight. 1, 2. Scale this straight also. 1. I think I shouldn't scale this very straight, so I'll just do it this way. 1, 2. Scale this way. 1, 2. Scale this way. So let's see what this looks like. I'll scale this also from the bottom view. Okay, I just did that. And I'll scale it this way to make it straight also. Alright. Let's see what we have. Alternate and 3. That looks good enough. I think it's small enough for what we need. Okay. Seems like we are actually getting somewhere now. Alright, so back this way. Alright, so at this point I'm going to go to the box mode. Like I said previously, the box mode is just it has its uses, so I'm just going to move around some points, vertices, lines to make it at least good looking. So let's see. All right, so alternate on 3. This looks pretty much great. And then what we will do, if we notice in our reference image again, let's go to the other reference image, which is reference 17. So we're able to observe that this kind of has not very sharp, but it's pretty defined, the edge here. So we need to have that also. And I think the same thing happens here. So we have not very sharp, but pretty defined edge here. So we are going to have to do the same things for ours. So for us now, we notice that it's pretty much really smooth there and here, but that's not what we want. So what we'll be doing is that we are going to be adding some extra splines, actually extra lines of splines, and I would say insert edge. I'll select on this at this point. I'll double click so it goes all around. Yeah, so you notice it selected this spline all around. So I'm going to drag this very close to this point. Let's see what we have. This is good. All right, so okay, yeah, so we notice that there's kind of an edge here, a sharp edge, and then also downwards this way. So also I would see to it that just for the purpose of making this point here, because we have sharp edges and then suddenly become smooth, it's going to be a little bit complicated. So I'll be adding another edge or line around this point. All right, so I go to my insert edge and then I'll place the edge around here. So what I'll do is I'll select on this all around. The reason why I'm not selecting on this is because I think because of the edges, corners here, it might not allow me to do that. So I'll just drag this and bring the edge very close to this point here. Really, really close, and say okay. All right, so this is what we have. Let's see this way. All right, so that's great. And then alternate and 1 again to take a look at the box view to ensure that the lines are not intersecting each other at any point. All right, so from this view also the same thing. So I think we're pretty good. Yep, this way. I'm not sure of something. I'm trying to see if I should still move this part upwards. Let's see. So if I select on this face, control this face, move and drag upwards. Yep, drag upward that way, and then also create the flatten again. So I think that should be good, and that's great. So we have this. All right, so this is fine. Let's see again. Alt this, I can hide this now. All right, so left view, there seems to be something bulging out here. So I'll just select on, let's see this, move these guys downwards, smooth this way. All right, so what's this? Okay, so this is not supposed to be here. So I'll select on this, move this downwards just about this way. All right, so the last thing for us to do is going to be, because if you take a look at what we have this way, it's not so smooth. It seems like there's still some like curves and stuff like that here. So we would apply the smooth to that point, and let's see. So we don't need it under, it's smooth enough below. So we just apply that to the top face here. So I go to modify and smooth, then I select on the faces that would require the smooth command. And this. So my smoothing value, I'm just going to increase it to the extreme. So if I do that, it damages my sharp corner here. Alright, so let's do that anyway. Okay. And I will just apply my sharp corner again. Alternate one and take this back to where it was. Simple. So I'll drag this back to where it was. I don't really care. I need the sharp corners. I'll drag this somewhat this way. Or let's go back. So I'll use this so that it doesn't change in the vertical direction. So I'll just drag this way. I'll drag this somewhat this way also. So I think that should be good. Then I would apply my straightening to here again, and that should be good. Okay, let's see, alternate 3. Alright, so that's good, and I think we are done at this point. Let's see, from the top view, it's sliding this way, not good enough. So scale this way, straight this way. Yeah. Alright, so that's top view, this view, and all of that. Yeah, and then lastly, there's something I saw, which is this point or these faces here. So they shouldn't be slanting this way, so I have to edit that. So I select on these faces or these lines 1 and 2, that's these lines here. So if you notice that they are kind of bent, I don't think that's the way they are in reality. Where is it? 17. Yeah, so they are not bent, so they're kind of straight. So we're just going to modify that, and in this direction we just drag them forward just a little bit, this way. I think left view, can't really see it, that's weird. I could change the transparency, but I don't know, I don't feel like. So I'll just drag it this way till I think it looks good. Alright, so this looks good. Go back a little bit, fine. Alright, so I think at this point in time we're probably done with the first part of this, and so we should be able to save this work. Really don't mind me, I just keep seeing things to change. Okay, so that's this. Okay, alternate on 3, and this seems good enough. Alright guys, so this is what we have, our controller pad. This is the second video for this series of creating our Xbox Series X controller pad, and it's been quite a lot of modifications and all of that, but it's good to know that we're at this point right now. Alright, so in the next video we are going to be going a step further to creating some modifications to what we already have, and I hope that you guys have enjoyed this so far, and this is where we end for today. In this video we are going to be proceeding with our Xbox Series X controller pad, and at the end of this video we will be able to create sketches, extrude sketches, create chamfers, and also fillets. Alright, let's get into it. So this is the current stage we have gotten to with this project, and then we just proceed. To do so, I'll create a sketch on this plane, which is our top plane, as you see here. So I create a sketch on this plane, and to create this sketch I would make my top plane canvas visible and make my bodies invisible. Alright, so what we'll be doing is we're going to be creating these sketches for all of these buttons which will be used later on. Okay, I have this. I'm gonna switch this off, go to origin, make my axis visible and the origin point. Alright, so I'll begin by creating circles, and for this, since I'm going to be tracing and I don't know the diameters of these circles, my initial step is going to be to use the 3-point circle approach. With this, I'm just going to select on 3 different points for what I want to trace and create a good looking circle there. I repeat the same process a couple of times. 1, 2, and 3. Bear in mind that I'm able to pan my screen by clicking on the control button on my keyboard, holding on to the scroller on my mouse, and moving my mouse. Thirdly, I create here. Good. Scroll up. I would create for this point also. And we have our action buttons. Alright, so this is completed, and we also create a slot using the overall slot option. And so with this, I select this extreme end to this end and up this way. Great. So at this point, what we would be doing is just to place dimensions for all of this to make them fully defined. So sketch dimensions, the dimensions I'm going to be placing are kind of going to be approximates for the things that we've already traced, so we should bear that in mind. So I begin with this is 11 millimeter in diameter, so I'll just make this 12. This is 22.143, so I'll make this 22.5. This is 7.2, so I'll just make this 7. This is 26, so I guess I'll just make this 26. This should be equal to this, so I'll leave that out for now. And then I'll dimension one of these also. So this here is going to be 11.15. Let's just make it that. Alright, so at this point, I'll be placing dimensions with respect to the origin point. From this to this center line, make this 0.6. Alright, then from this point to this, it would make this 24.5. We come over to this point here, from this to this point, and I'll make this 1.5. Alright, then in this direction, this would be 20.25. From this point to this point, this would be 39.5. Let's move this, arrange it this way, and make this come up this way. Alright, from this point to this, 20.25. So bear in mind that these dimensions are simply approximations, and I'm just trying to make the most of what I have. So we have this to be 39.5 from the origin to this point. Let's make this 49.5, and from this point to this, let's make this 29. Alright, so I'll move my dimensions a little bit for good representation, and then we dimension also this way. So this would be 14.25. This would be 24.125, and this should be, or would be, 34.75. Alright, I think that's good. Let's take this down a little bit, 34.7. Okay, and so we place constraints horizontal and vertical, since these two are constrained, like aligned with each other. So I just place this between both, and then since these two are also aligned, I place this between both, and then I place equal constraints. Alright, so this and this and this. Okay, so that's fully defined. I guess this is kind of because this is not looking proper, so I'll just try to increase this to 1.5. Let's leave it that way. And then we have also constraints, equal constraints between this and this, equal constraints between this and this. and then I place my dimensions for this here. I'll try to dimension this way. So let's make this 25 approximately, and from this point to this point we make it 11.125. all right, and repeat the same for this 11.125. all right, then we place our constraints also for this slot here. The slot will be given a radius of 2.5, and the dimensions are between these centers for the semicircles. Hence I'll be creating my dimension this way downwards here, and I'll make this 1.725. all right, while the distance in this direction will just be placed at 16.3. all right, okay, so let's make this equal to this. Yeah, I think that's okay. So that's already settled. I probably would have to dimension this line also. So that's gonna be this way also. Yeah, 1.725. So let's arrange this and bring it outwards, and repeat the same for this. all right, so everything is looking juicy. And lastly, we create a dimension for this. So this is supposed to be aligned to the origin point, so I just place a constraint between both and create a dimension in this direction. Lots of dimensions right now. I would make this 40.15. all right guys, so that's we're almost done. I would just try to place an offset for some of these sketches so that they can be used in future times. So I'll create an offset for this and bring it this way. Let's say -1.5. Okay, and create an offset for this also. Bring it downwards, -1.5. all right, and let's see, create an offset for this also, and bring it this way. Let's say -1, and that's good. So for each of these offset entities, I'm going to convert them into construction lines this way, right? And this is what we have. all right, I think this is good enough, and it looks a little bit congested, but that's fine. So we finish the sketch and we have this. I bring back my bodies, original body, that is this. all right, and what I will do is I'll create my extrusion for the joystick sketches. Click on that and also select on this circle here. all right, so do it this way, bring this back on, and I would extrude to about, let's see, okay, this should not be cut, this should be joined, and we're in perspective view, so we change this visual style, camera to orthographic. Alright, so 25 looks, I think it's too large. Yeah, so we'll just try to see what 20 looks like. Alright, so 20 looks good enough, and we use 20 for our extrusion. Alright guys, so at this point this is what we have. Okay, and not to make this very complicated, usually I would have considered creating this extrusion using the Freeform interface, but that's going to make it all complicated and probably a little bit long. So I try to go the easy way, which is going to be, I would just create a chamfer here and here also. Let's increase this chamfer size. Okay, that's too large, 50. So I'll just say 4.5, I think. Alright, so let's do this one by one. Create for this first of all. 4.5, that works. And I'll create chamfer again. For this, I assume 4.5 should be sufficient also. Alright, so that's really large, so I would say 3. Wow, what about 2? Let's see, 2.5. Alright, so 2.5 is good for the other parts, and we are at this point now. And then lastly, for this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to create some fillets, because naturally for the controller pad we expect that there should be a smooth transition between the buttons here, so we don't want to have this sharp edge down here, which is why we're going to create a fillet. And also to make it less complicated, we're using the constant radius. I'll select my edge here and give it a fillet of about, let's see, 8. Alright, so 8 looks good, and it meets up at this point here. Well, it looks good enough. Tangent. Alright, let's see, pan this around. Let's see if I can apply it directly here also. Okay, no, so I'll do okay. Fillet again and apply here, and let's try to see it again. Great. 8mm radius for our fillet, and then this is what we have. Alright guys, so this has been pretty simple and quite short, so this is where we end with this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to be taking a step further with our Xbox Series X controller pad. And right now our assignment is going to be to create sketches that would be used to help us achieve the proper feature for this controller pad. So just to show you what I mean, I go over here and let's open, for example, reference image 9, view. We do observe that the casing of the controller pad is cut in several parts, so that's actually what we would be doing with our sketches, just to improve the features and the end result of the controller pad. Alright, so to do that, we are going to be inserting a few canvases and utilizing them to create the sketches which we would need. And to begin, I would like to say I have modified my controller pad slightly, and I did that here, creating edits. And if I bring up my canvas, the side plane canvas, what I did was I simply moved one of these spline lines to align with the canvas line here that cuts the controller pad. And the purpose of doing that is so that I don't have to create a sketch to do that again, since I noticed that the software kind of created a face using this line for me. So I just decided, I would just edit that and save myself the stress. So that line now is this line. So we have a face here and a face here. So that's fine. However, I will be inserting other canvases and using them to create the rest of our features. So to begin, I would say insert canvas. And I would look for, I need canvas 9. Let's see, I need canvas 9. I think I have this already, canvas 8. Alright, so I guess I just need canvas 9. Alright, so I go over to 9 and insert this. Insert this on my top plane. So let's make the bodies invisible, origin visible, XY, and I choose my XZ plane. Please toggle visibility. Yep. So image 9 on this plane, and that's what we have here. So it's in the wrong direction, I suppose. Yeah, so we rotate this 90 degrees and also increase the size of this just a little bit, but we would still create calibration for this. So for now we have this. Alright, so to create our calibration, I would simply say, let me take a look at the top plane and calibrate. So I'm simply going to copy the extreme dimension for this part, and that's 153. So I do the same here and calibrate. So we use this. It's good. I hold on to my control button, click on my scroller and move, and that's here, 153 millimeters. Very simple. Yeah. But it's kind of not positioned properly, but that's easy to do. So I'll just rename this as bottom plane. Then I would right click and say edit canvas and make my body visible so I can see where I'm moving it to. So I'll just drag this and kind of place it somewhere that seems good enough. I guess this is good enough. Alright, so this looks okay. And okay. I suppose we can notice something here again, that here we have these changes, like the model we have is a little bit larger than the canvas, so we probably would change that. All right, so in the meantime, what we'll have to do is I would pick on my model, this, and say edit. And the reason I'm doing this earlier on is because we are going to be using the reference of the freeform, or let's say the solid, to create some of the sketches that we would need. And it is important to ensure that the freeform or the solid is already good enough to proceed with. Alright, so what you would notice here is that with my own work, I simply edited the crease that was placed here. I probably shouldn't have done that earlier on. I should do it now, but I uncreased what we had here, which was, let's say, crease, which was this. Scroll. So we had something like this earlier on, but what I've done is that I've uncreased that. And the reason for uncreasing that is because in looking at the reference images, we also have a smooth transition at that point, which is not actually sharp. So if I go over to view, so you notice here we have a smooth transition from the bottom face to the front face. I guess I'll call it that. Yeah, so that's what we did. So I just uncreased some of them. It's a little bit complicated, but it should work. And after uncreasing that, the next thing I did was just to move these lines. Let's see them, 1, 2, and 3. To move them inwards just a little bit. So I moved them here. They were somewhere around here, so I just dragged this to move around. So you could also do that, and it's just a little bit of offset, so it shouldn't be something massive. All right, so with that, I'll move down. Let's see what to do. I guess this is okay. Finish form, and then we can begin creating our sketches. All right, so firstly we would make use of this bottom plane here, and so what we would do, I would hide the body because it's not important right now. Create a sketch and select this plane, the XZ plane. Very simple. I will simply trace out this cut here using the fit point spline. Select from this point. Okay, so I have my grid. Snap on. No, it's not on. Alright, so I would select from that point and over here this way, control, roller, and drag, and we have the first spline sketch. It looks okay, so I create the second one somewhere here. I'm not creating a mirrored feature right now because I don't really trust the symmetry of this. So I would rather just do it this way, or I guess using a mirror is going to be better, because if we take a look at the body we have, it should be symmetric. Alright, so using a mirror is going to be better, so I'll just say construction line, escape, and mirror this, mirror line this, and okay. Alright, that's better. So we do that and finish the sketch. So I would call that sketch let's see, bottom cut. Alright, and then next we would be creating a sketch here, and the sketch we're going to be creating here is going to be used to cut this face. And the reason why we'll be cutting out that face is because taking a cue from our reference files again, if you notice, let's say this view, we observe that the top face extends a little bit into this part. Yep, so we would be cutting this face here. So I'll just create a sketch for that. and my intended thickness for the surface is going to be, let's say, 1.5 millimeters. So that's what I'll be doing here. So I create a new sketch and select on this plane. All right, I go over to, okay, I guess I haven't selected my plane. All right, so I go over to create and project. I'll project this line. All right, and say okay. Create an offset for this line. The offset is going to be 1.5. So you need to be careful to make sure that your offset is coming downwards and not upwards, because sometimes it gets a little bit messy. So I'll do this, create this sketch, and then I'll make this projected sketch construction line. Alright, so I haven't done that. The next thing would be to just close up what we have here. Closing it up is not going to be complicated, so I'll just select from the first point. I select something I think cuts through this guy, this point here. It's a little bit weird, but I will just do this. Alright, so I'll repeat the same process at the other side. Let's say here and this way. Check. Then I'll create a tangential constraint between both splines and repeat the same process at the other side. I guess I really should have just done a mirror feature, but that's fine. So with that, I can say finish sketch, and so I would call the new sketch let's call it face cut 2. I have no idea what to call it. Alright, so that's good. And then also we would create another sketch. So if we go back to the reference images, we have here reference image 18. So we notice that here we have a cut. Okay, this is not a good reference. This. So we notice that here we have a cut within that allows us to have some inserted buttons. So we would be doing that also. So what the sketch we're going to create right now is going to be for this cut here. And we could also create a cut for this part, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so to do the first one, I would make the front plane visible and navigate over to that view, which is here. And then what we would do is I would create a sketch. Remember that the controller canvas we used is a little bit different from the model we are creating. I guess due to perspective, like I said earlier. So we're just gonna ignore some of the discrepancies that might occur. Alright, so for this we go over to create sketch. Yeah, so I'm creating a sketch on this front plane, and then I go to project, and then I project this entire face. Alright, so projecting this entire face. Alright, so now I can create a spline to trace out the cut which we want here. So for me to do that, first of all, I think I'll create a line this way. Alright, and to make the line a little bit symmetrical, I'll make this construction line, and then symmetry, this point, and this line. Alright, so create a spline, and I would create the spline from this point here going over to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, so accept. And then I create this, a tangential constraint between both. So that's good. This is exceeding the shape of the controller, so that's not going to be acceptable. Hence, I will try to adjust this here. Let's just see what could be done. So I'll just try to adjust this here some way, just like this. Alright, and then I'll also create tangential constraint between this and this. Alright, I guess that solves it. And move over to the other side. Since we've created symmetry, and hopefully the symmetry can work perfectly, I'll just use a mirror tool for this and select this. Let's see how that works. So I guess it works fine. Yeah, it does work fine. Alright, so that's good. And then what we do here is I would create an offset for what we have here. So I switch off the chain selection because I don't want to include these entities here. I select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This way, and I move it in also by 1.5. So we have to ensure that it's going inwards and not the other way. So I would say okay. And then lastly, I would convert these bottom parts which are not needed to construction lines. With that done, I can say finish sketch and rename that to be front face cut. Alright, so we have all of these. I would edit this sketch here, edit you, go to the bottom face and make the bottom plane visible. I would make the bodies invisible so I could trace out this part here. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll create a line this way, 1, 2, 3. Doesn't seem perfect, but it'll work. Then I'll create a fillet here. This is too large, so let's just say something like 1.5, which is good enough. And then the next thing to do would be let's see, I would also have to create something here, so I would use the spline tool. I guess it makes it far easier. So let's just say we have this. Check, apply tangential constraints 1 and 2. Alright, and I'll just create dimension between this and this. I'm not really going to change it, so I'll just leave it the way it is. And also this and this. Alright, next will be to mirror. So we would mirror what we have here. 1, 2, 3, and our fillet. Mirror line, still this line, and okay. Alright, unfinished sketch. Alright, I guess that's all we need to create for this. And with all of this done, I would say that that is the end of this video. In the next one, we are going to be creating our offsets, and then we'll begin to make the shells and utilize all of these sketches to give us a very good looking controller pad. So thank you for sticking around, and remember, if you are yet to subscribe to this nice channel, don't forget to do so. It takes you about just 2 seconds, and I really appreciate if you can give me the gesture of your support. Alright then, this is all for now, and I'll see you in the next one. And in today's video, we are going to proceed with the modeling of our Xbox Series X controller pad. In this video, I will be demonstrating how we create offset surface of our solid body, how we split these surfaces using our created sketches, how we thicken these surfaces to create the case shells for the controller pad. And then in doing this, we are going to create different components of the controller casing. And lastly, we are also going to create holes which will be cut into our casings. Alright, so let's get into this. So right now we have our sketches created from the previous video, and everything is set for us to proceed with. So the first step for us to take is going to be to create an offset surface of this body. Hence we go to surface, and then under create I would see offset. Clicking on offset, we have here faces or surface bodies, so I will simply just select on the body here and rotate to see what has been selected. So we observe that these two faces here were neglected, so I would also include these two. Having done that, I have distance of 0, and I would say okay. So something to know about this particular phase of this project is that creating the casing in any other way right now seems to be impossible, which is the reason why we are taking this approach. And also, we are going to be observing some processes naturally should not be used, but that's what we're going to work with to make sure that we have what we desire. Alright, so having done this, we have created our bodies. If I click on this drop down, then we have the surface body here. And then next for us to do is going to be to create cuts and splits on our surfaces. To begin, I go over to solid, modify, and I say split face. The split face tool allows us to select on a particular face and then also select on a particular sketch to cut through that face. So for this, we are going to need our sketches, and let's see, I would begin with the face to cut, I guess that's what it's called. So I begin with this cut here, and then the faces to split, I will select on this face. The splitting tool, I'm going to select on this, and also click on extend split tool. We don't have to be bothered about what else the split tool is passing through, as long as the face to split is simply this one highlighted in blue. So I'll click on OK, and we notice that we have split this face into 2 parts. It's quite nice to see that this seemed like it worked properly. And the same thing here. Alright, so we proceed to the next split. So this has been used, hence we go through the bottom cut. I rotate towards the bottom part and repeat the same process. Split face. My face to split is this face, which we notice to be that, and then my splitting tool is going to be 1. Alright, so I guess I have to split it 1 by 1, so I'll do OK. Repeat the same process. I click on the right button on my mouse, drag up a little bit and drop on repeat split face. So for this face here, my splitting tool, bottom cut is going to be this one, and OK. And then lastly, repeat the same process here, and then this middle face, the split tool will be this and this. Alright, so we have this and we are good to go. Alright, okay. So with all of this now, the next steps for us to follow would be to cut this face here. How we do that? Right click again, drag up, repeat split face, select on this. It should be this. Alright. And then we use the split tool outside and not the one placed within. So with that split tool, I click on OK, and good enough, it worked well. Lastly, we repeat the same process. Repeat split face, this face, select, take a look at this. And we use the inner sketch this time around and say OK. Alright, so with all of this done, I would have to say that we are very close to completion of this video. So the next step for us to take is going to be to create thickness, I should call it that, to thicken the surfaces which we have created, because right now they are simply faces and then we will have to thicken them. Alright, so what we would do is going to be, first of all, I'll try to put all of this within each other. So I select from this and hold on to my shift button, click on this and sort them into a group. Alright, so at this point we go over to create and then we click on thicken. So the funny thing about this is that when we create a thicken feature here, as you can see from the description from this on the software, it said it select the face to thicken, then specify a thickness value. It doesn't necessarily create the thicken feature in a normal direction, or let's say not a normal direction. It creates it in a normal direction, but possibly not in the direction that we want. So in the case where we have a surface that is inclined or that is bent, like what we can see here, then the thicken feature is also going to be bent, giving us a thickness that is not necessarily parallel to the top plane. I'm not sure you understand what I mean. So I'll just show you. In this process, we are going to thicken our parts, the surfaces bit by bit. And then we are going to use the join command to bring them together. We are doing that this way because any other way it's going to give us an error in which the system is unable to compute the thicken feature. So I'll use thicken. I begin with this top face here. So you've noticed it's trying to select all the faces, which is not what we want. So I select on chain selection, switch off. And then I'll start with this. So it's going in the outward direction, which is not our desire. I'll take this to become -1.5 in the opposite direction. Then I could say new component and select on OK. Alright. So for now, we have the very basic part of this, and this is not all we want for this top face or top case. So we bring back the surface body, make it visible again, repeat the same process, repeat ticking. Remember that the chain selection is switched off, so I select on the next. With this selected, instead of using new body, I would say join. And what it does is that it joins what we have to the previous body, as you see here. Now what I was saying is, if you look at the ticking here, we notice that it's not straight in itself, but it's kind of bent, taking the normal direction of the surface points. So which is a weird stuff, but we have a way around that. So I'll click on OK, and I just keep on repeating the same process till we get the completion of our top face. Alright, so we have this as our top face, and weirdly it has just one body, which is not the desire. So I suppose what I would do is I would say combine. I'll combine this with this and also this. So I would say okay. Alright, so with all of this now, we have just one component, which is all of these top faces which we have. Next, we are going to create for the bottom component, and that's going to comprise of everything 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, we are probably going to separate them to make it look quite nice. So what I'll do is I would say 1 minus 1.5 direction and call this a new component and say okay. Alright, so that's this. Then we go over to the rest. See this. Alright, create ticking 1 new component, and so we have this. And let's see, I'm going to check how this was extruded. So that looks pretty good. If I switch this off, so the thickening is quite good enough, except at this point, which I have no idea why. This is this way and this is this way. Alright, so that's fine. And so we proceed body. So since we have 1 and 2, I suppose I would simply join 1, 2 together, 1, 2 together with all of this. So that's what I will simply do. I'm not really sure how the bodies are assembled yet, so it's going to be a little bit weird what I'm doing right now. But I would include this and join to this component. So for now, I think I'm going to switch off component 2, 1, which is this. So with this selected, I'll say new body, join. And so I'm joining it together with this. I guess the way the software works, because I don't really understand it, is that the bodies that are visible, or probably the previous body created, is what the new component is joined to. I guess so. But if that's what it does, then well, let's say it's pretty smart. Alright, at this point, we have just a few things left to do. So I would create ticking again, repeat ticking, and select on this. Let's see if I can also select on this. Alright, so I guess I'm not allowed to do so. So I would cancel this and simply select on this face. Going inwards by -1.5. And this should be, let's assume, or you know what, let's join it together. So right now I have a reason for doing that, and later on we are going to figure that out. So I repeat the process for the rest of the faces remaining. So we have this face, join, and okay. And lastly, around this corner, body, right click and drag up, repeat ticking, this, join, and okay. And then this face, join. Okay. So at this point, we have our bottom face, our bottom component, the cover here, and we have the top component also. However, we don't yet have what the back point of this here. So what we would do is simply to switch this back on, and this is going to be joined together with this body. So if I right click, take it to repeat ticking, I switch this back off, I switch this component back off. So what we have is simply this, right? So what I'll do is I'll select on this face. Let's see how it creates its thickening. Alright, so it's a little bit weird, and I guess we're going to have to make some slight changes to what we have right now. Let's see. Alright, you know what? I just have to cross check what we have here. It's cutting in this way. So, alright, no problem. We create join. So we're joining it together with that body, which is this way, right? And I would say okay. So to confirm all that we have, let me bring back the components. So we have it this way. Yes, and yes. And lastly, we're going to create an extrusion for this face here. So, but for this face, I suppose it's impossible for us to tick in that, because I tried a number of times and it was not working the way I needed it to. So if I made this 1.5 going outwards, it actually does work. That's great. So we click on new body and okay. And then with that done, what we will just have to do is to join this body together with this. So we need combine. This is the target body, and then the body to join together with it, it's going to be this body here. So to body is this, and say okay. So for now, this is what we have, and we proceed to the last part of this video. So at this point in time, I have actually missed out something. All right. So to do that, remember the part that was cut out here. I haven't included that. So I pick up my body again and say create thicken. And this is the face to select. And it's going in minus 1.5 millimeters. That's this going inwards. And then I want it to also join. So hopefully it's going to join to the proper component, I suppose. Alright, so it doesn't, which is kind of a bummer. So what we'll do is I would say create thicken. I would create it separately. That's this face, minus 1.5. New body and OK. And then I would where is it? So I would merge both of these bodies together now. Combine. This is the target body still, and then the tool body is this. Alright, so you do see that it gets a little bit weird. So I guess what we can try to do, let's assume that this is done. Not here. Create and thicken this face, and let's say something like 1 millimeter. Hopefully it could do something good. Not so sure. Alright, so we just stick with 1 millimeter. I really don't care anymore. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so this is quite nice so far, and this seems like what we actually intend to achieve. However, we have a little bit of an extrusion here which would have to cut out later on. But to complete this video right now, the next step to take is going to be to utilize some of the sketches we created earlier on, which are these sketches. So what we simply have to do right now is just to cut these sketches into component 1. So I'll try to just rename this top face case. So let's see what this is. This is battery. I'll call it battery case. And I'll call this bottom case, bottom face case, bottom face. Alright. Okay. So it's time to cut up our body. Extrude. I would select on the profiles to use one. Let's see what this looks like from top view. So this is a little bit not nice. It ought not to be this way, which means that somehow this shape has been changed. I guess during the modification of the freeform body. So to create our extrusion, we would not work with this right now. So we create extrusion using these faces. 1, where is the body? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So it's supposed to be a cut extrusion. And so this is here. I drag this upwards. Alright, and we have this with us. Okay, so if we check the objects to cut, we have our top face case. Alright, so at this point we would simply just do something which was not initially the plan, but that's going to be to cut our holes here for the joysticks, and it's going to be done in a kind of weird manner, but we just have to. This is not the ideal way, and this is actually not the plan, but we're just going to have to work with this. So we're going to create an offset of this edge here and drag it in by 1.5, right, and say okay. Looks really weird. And I'll repeat the same process here. I have no idea how I managed to screw this up, to be honest. I need this offset of this sketch, so that's not possible. So what I'll do is I would create a projection of this, okay, then I create the offset for that and coming inwards 1.5. Alright, this, I'll double click on this and make this construction line. Finish this sketch. I would call that sketch weird unplanned sketch. Alright, and lastly we create our extrusion to cut through the top face again. So this is cut, and I'll drag this inwards just a little bit. Alright. So this is what we have. Great. And this, my friends, is where we bring this particular video to an end. So to check upon the different components which we have, we notice that we have this: the top face, which is yellow, the bottom face, which is I guess that's cyan, I don't know, and then the battery face, which is this I think this is cyan and this is something green, but this is what we have for now, and I think it's pretty good, the level at which we have gotten to. And with all of this done, I would see you in the next video. In today's video, we're going to be creating our direction button for our controller pad. It's going to be very short, but it's also going to be very interesting. In this video, we are going to use the Freeform tools, and then using those tools, we'll be able to create the features which we need. To begin, we'll first look at the reference images. So we look at the reference images to look at the kind of button we want to create. Go to Xbox Series X controller and reference files. Alright, so taking a look at this, we notice the weird feature here. It's not our usual cross shape, but it has not a complex feature or shape, but it's not the usual geometry. So that's what we're going to be creating, and it's going to be very simple. Therefore, to begin, I begin by creating a new folder within our Xbox Series X folder, and I'll call these buttons. That's buttons. Okay, open this and cancel. New design. Alright, so from the previous sketches used to create these features, if we check over here and our first sketch, I have obtained the dimensions that will be needed. So for this now, I know the diameter of this part is 26 millimeters, so it makes my work easy to work with. And also the thickness of our controller pad is 1 millimeter, no, 1.5 millimeter as the thickness of the case shelling. Hence we put those dimensions in our minds or write them down, and then we use them to create our features. Firstly, I go to create form and select on cylinder. I select on the top plane and pick my center point. I'll just drag it out and come over here to insert my dimensions. It's 26 millimeters in diameter. The diameter faces we choose 8, and the height shouldn't be that large. So the thickness is 1.5. So let's say this should be around something like 6, I suppose. 6 millimeters. And the height faces, let's go with 3. Alright. Okay. At this point, what we have is this. I would go ahead to delete some faces, but before I do that, I create symmetry. I select on this face and carefully select the opposite face, which is this. So we see that they are selected properly, and I say okay. I repeat the same process, select on this now and say okay. Alright, so at this point what we're going to do is I would select on modify. I will double click on this bottom or the third line and go to front view, just drag it down. I repeat the same process for this and drag it down. Alright, so with that done, okay, I select on one of these faces, hold on to my alternate button. In my top view, I select on this planar extrusion while holding the Alt button, and I drag inwards. I'm using my eyes to rationalize where I should stop, so I would say here. I repeat the same process for this top line and hold on to the alternate, click and drag in this way. Alright. So with this, the next thing for us to do is going to be to merge edges. I'll go to modify, merge edge, weld vertices. Yeah, I select on 1 and 2, so we have this, and okay. So if your geometry changes its view to this form, you have nothing to be worried about. The next thing for us to do is to go to face. I select on, you could use multiple sides or 4 sides, but I'll just choose multiple. First edge or vertex, second vertex, third vertex, fourth vertex. Simply because we are using multiple, I have to select on the first vertex again to close this place up. So I select on this. With this done, okay. Now we see what we have. It looks nice. Alright, so at this point, I would like to take it back to the boxy view. I'll hold on to my alternate key and click on 1. Alright. And then I go to modify. This middle face, I go to front view and just drag it downwards. I'm not really sure how much I should drag it, but I guess 3 millimeters. I think it should be enough. Yeah. So we use that, and then this. So I'll move this up right now. double click on this and take it up just a little bit. All right, okay, and now I can delete these faces. At this point, we go back to plane creation. I'll select on this and still using multiple sides. Remember that we have already created symmetry, so I'll select my first, second, third, and return back here. I'll do the same for this side and return here, and then lastly for this. Great. All right, okay, so with this done, I hold on to alternate and click on 3, and we have it back in this view. However, this is not necessarily how that button looks, but this is nice. To make it better, I would go to modify and click on crease. So we create crease for this and this edge. All right, we repeat the same process here, noting that it has been mirrored to this part. So I'll do the same here, 1 and 2. All right, and lastly, I'm going to crease these edges here, 1, 2. You could leave yours that way. I mean, if I undo that, let's see, could look nice. So if you're trying to have something that looks like this, then no problem. But in our case, we want it to look as close as possible to the original design. However, you notice here that these buttons are smaller than this. That's not difficult to control. So I would select on one of these lines, click on this planar move button and just move it around till I'm satisfied. All right, so let's see something. I think my eyes are playing with me, but I think this is okay. Yeah, this looks good. All right, okay guys, so at this point we have this, and then the next thing for us to do is to close what we have under. I go back to face and select on the vertices, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back to the first point. At this point we have this, but it's in a different kind of shape. So we would simply go to modify and crease. So I select on the bottom faces and use the crease tool. Okay, so now we have this. I think it looks pretty good. Let's compare that with what we have here. It's not entirely the same, but it doesn't look too bad either. So we should be able to cope with that. All right, so at this point, with this done, I would say finish form. Having finished our form, we add extra features, and that will be let's say this way. I go to create sketch, back on the top plane. Remember that we created a cylinder for the freeform from that top plane, so it makes it easy for what we're about to do next. I create a new circle. The former diameter was 26, so this time around we're going to use 29, I guess. So a diameter of 29, and then finish sketch. We extrude. With the extrusion, I take it up a little bit, up to the point where it's somewhere around here. Remember that the overall distance of this was about 6 millimeters, right? So we know that the button gets up to this point here, 3 millimeters. And what I mean is that from this flat face here upwards in our design is 3 millimeters. However, we still have a little bit of space below it, so that's what we're going to try to do. Since the thickness of our body is 1.5, please don't mind my weird calculation. You can just follow with what I'm thinking about. So the thickness of the controller casing is 1.5. So let's say 1.5 is taken 1.5 this way would be covered in thickness. Hence, what we would do, we create join, and we take it upwards, going 2 sides. We take it upwards by, let's say, 0.5, and take it the other direction by 1. Trust me, it's going to work. And we say okay. Alright, so at this point, this is what we have. I hope this has been a little bit enlightening and that you enjoyed it. In the next video, we're going to create the main action buttons, which are the X, Y, B, and A. And those buttons are also very simple. And I'll see you in the next one. In the meantime, if you are yet to subscribe to this channel, please do. If you like the things that you have seen so far, do not hesitate to leave comments, click on the like button. And if you would like to have notifications when new uploads are made, you can take it a step further to click on the notification bell. Alright, so since we're done, our next step is going to definitely be to save our part. And I'll call this direction button. Alright, so it's saved under buttons and click on save. Alright guys, this is where we end for now, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to proceed to create our action buttons, which are our usual, possibly I should say A, B, Y, and X buttons. They are very easy to create, and in the process of that, we're going to learn how to use the create text and also to extrude text. It's going to be a very short video, and let's get right into it. The first thing for us to do is to create a new design, and the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I want us to touch on the assemble tab. So I'm trying to create the parts separately. So our first step right now is for us to create a new sketch, and for this sketch we're going to create a circle. Going over to this, the casing, and selecting on sketches, we observe that the diameter of this hole here is 11.15 millimeters, and so therefore we are going to be creating our buttons keeping that dimension in mind. To begin, our first step is going to be to create a circle, and here creating these using 11.5 millimeters as its diameter. Let me just cross check what we have. So this is 11.15, and you notice that what I'm doing is slightly bigger than this, but there's a reason for that. Alright, so I haven't created this. I go to finish sketch in this way and extrude. The extrusion of this part is going to be 1.5 millimeters, and it looks just like this. Or let's say we could reduce this to 1 millimeter. edit feature and say 1 and OK. Alright, at this point we are going to need to place our buttons, and if we take a look at our reference image, we have A, X, Y and B. They are different alphabets, but we begin with just one. So let's say the Y. I would select on this top face, right click and go to back here, create sketch. Under the create tab here we have text. I click on text, and if you notice that we are required to place a corner of text frame, so I'll select on just any corner and place any corner to create like a box. Here we're supposed to input our text and caps lock and Y. Alright, so this is a little bit very large. Since the diameter of this is 11 point something, we expect that this should be quite smaller. So I would just say let's create this to be about 5.0, and that looks okay. 5.0, except this to be at the center and at the center, and say okay. Nonetheless, we notice that it's still not properly positioned, so I'll just click and drag and place it somewhere here. With that done, finish sketch. Alright, we notice it's on this top face, and I click on extrude. Select on the sketch and drag this upwards. I make sure that join is not selected but rather new body, and in extruding it upwards I would make it 1 millimeter also and say okay. Alright guys, at this point we have just very little left to do. I go back to create sketch. I select on this side plane, any of this, so let me say select on this, and then what I will do is go to create, select on project and select intersect. So for the intersect I select on this face, right, and say okay. So we notice this line has been created. In the front view, I also go to the origin and pick on this axis line. I go to line, draw from this point upwards. I click on escape and just draw something this way, this way, this way, and then I use arc, a 3-point arc. So I select on the first, the second point, and this way. Lastly, go back to line, construction line, and draw something in this direction. Alright, so at this point I place my dimensions. The dimension of this line here is going to be 5.25. Alright, the length or height of this line is going to be 3. Alright, this is going to be 2 millimeters. And lastly, I'll place tangential constraint between this and the line we drew here. This line should be horizontal. So let's see. I go to escape, constraints. I need the line to be horizontal. Select on this. So it's horizontal, and then we have this. Alright, at this point, finish sketch. The next is going to be to revolve. Since the profile is already selected, my axis is this, and ensure not to select join or cut, but I'll say new body and okay. So at this point, the last thing for us to do, since we have I think 3 bodies here now, is going to be to merge 2 of these bodies, I guess. yeah, and then to intersect or cut. So I say combine. However, we're using the cut. So target body is this body here, and then the tool body is the Y under. So I keep the 2 and say okay. So if you notice that we have something like this, which is good. At this point, we combine these 2 bodies, body 1 and body 3. Combine body 1, select 2 body and this. Remove keep 2 and say join. And we say okay. Alright guys, so at this point this is actually done. However, we can't see what's within, but when we get into the render phase, we'll be able to see the components as they are. In the meantime, if I right click on this body and say appearance and choose a transparent appearance, something like let's not say glass, let's say plastic, and transparent. So I'll just choose acrylic clear, drag and drop, not the face, yeah, body components. That's weird. Anyways, so we are able to see that the Y component is within. Alright, so I'll close this and go Ctrl Z. So that's what this is for. So we're done, and I would save this part as button Y. I'm saving it under buttons, remember, and click on save. So since we have Y, X, A and B, I would simply go over to edit the text to X, A and B and save those as individual parts. So at this point we are done with this, and the process is very simple, and I'll see you in the next video. In today's video, we are going to be proceeding to create our joystick for our Xbox Series X controller pad. It's not going to be a difficult video or process, simply because we are simply going to be using 2 tools, which is the sketch and then the revolve. Alright, so before we proceed, I would just like to show us what this looks like. So currently it's just a very simple basic shape. However, since reference files I have do not have the dimensions of this, so I just kind of tried to create, the joystick to dimensions that I think are good enough for what we want to represent. So with all that said, we go right into the modeling phase. I begin by creating a new sketch, and I would select any one of these 2 planes. So for my own, I would select on this, and we're going to be doing a lot of weird stuff but at the end of the day it's going to make sense. So I'm creating a construction line this way and another this way. Well, it has its purposes, and then I would also create another this way. Alright, so having done this, I would quickly dimension the distance between these 2 dimension lines, and we would use 9 millimeters. Alright, so we have to zoom in, and at this point we just start creating weird stuff. So first of all, I would draw a line. I switch off my construction line. I draw a line going upward this way. I repeat the same line, or another line, sorry. And I get a circle. I draw a circle somewhere around here. I draw another circle. I pan upwards and draw another circle this way. This is weird, I know. And then draw another circle down here. So if you're following with the steps I'm making, then we have something like this. Then I'll draw another line, and this time around it's just going to be somewhere this way. Alright, with this I would create or dimension these sketches. So this first of all is going to be based on my prediction. I'll say diameter of 14. Alright, then I would say the distance between this point and this is going to be, let's say, 7.5. Alright, I would escape from my dimensions. I'll drag this downward, so bring it somewhere close to this. Bring this down also a little bit, and return to dimensions. We notice that this is fully dimensioned, right, or fully defined. So the color is changed, and I would say the distance between this and this point here is also 9. And then the diameter of this circle, we'll have it to be 27. Alright, so that's good. And scroll again. The diameter of this circle is going to be 5. The distance between this construction line here and this, which is the horizontal distance, we make it 7. So make that 7, and then we also adjust the dimension, that is the vertical dimension or distance for this circle. I could easily, let's say, just create a new dimension, but I'll try to reduce that. So I'll say coincident. I select on this construction line and our circle here. So it's fixed at this point. Alright. So let me see. Okay. However, I've noticed something. I want this circle and this to intersect, but we don't have that happening for us right now. And the reason is because this is positioned wrongly along the horizontal distance or direction. So there's this coincident constraint created automatically. So we are going to right click on that and delete it. So what I did for that constraint was I selected on this circle, select on the constraint, right click, click on delete, and then you notice that this right now is blue, so it means it can move around. So I would select on the center and let's see, cancel. Let's see how I move this sideways. Alright. So that has been moved sideways. I repeat or place new constraint here. I think I deleted my construction line. That's weird. Shouldn't have done that. However, this would be 2.5. So this is moving sideways by 2.5, and this is the proper direction or distance, position. And it's intersecting here. So I'll just try to place that constraint here again, 7. Yeah, so they are both fully defined now. I can drag this upward so that it's clear for you to understand the dimensions. Alright, so at this point what we'll do is I'll create a line, or that's this line already created here. I drag it downwards this way, and I would apply the tangential constraint between this circle and the line. I'm selecting the circle first, which means that the line should align to the circle and not the other way. So we notice that now they are tangential to each other but not touching. Hence I'll go to modify and extend. I'll click on this to extend into this circle. At this point, what we would do, dimension this line. It looks very weird, all this is I'm doing right now, but it's gonna make sense. So the distance between these two, let's make it 4.5. all right, so drag this dimension upwards. That's to look good, you know. all right, so this is what we have, and we come over to the bottom part to place some extra dimensions here. So the diameter of this is 27. Sorry, I'll place a vertical constraint between this line and the center of this. I hope that worked. It seemed not to have worked. Let's try coincident. That's weird. But it works. And then I create an offset of this going inwards. So we'll make that about, I think, -1 probably. This is 0, -1. I think that's good enough. And at this point we create a line. The reason we're creating this line is just so that the feature is not so how do I put it now? We don't need the entire circle actually, so we just need something like an arc. So dimension the distance between this construction line and this, and let's see, this is 2.5. Let's just give it about, okay, 2.5 is good, so we'll leave it that way. all right, we're close to completing this sketch, and then we're going to do something else. I would extrude this circle, I'll offset this circle by about 0. Something very, very small, 0.25 millimeters, and repeat the offset for this at about 0.25 millimeters, coming this way also. You're gonna understand why I'm doing this nonsense very soon. And then it's kind of looking confusing to my eyes, but it's gonna be all right. I'll create a line coming this way and going upwards. all right. So it looks really confusing right now, and when we try to create our revolve, having all these sketches here is going to be a very huge problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to trim out the unnecessary parts. So I trim out this part. I cut out this part, and let's see what this is for us. all right, so I cut out this part also, this and this. I leave this arc here. Then I would trim this part of this circle, trim it up this way. Yeah, that's good. So sorry, right view, drag, and it's kind of confusing. I'm trying to look at it properly. I'll trim this too. So what we have is this. all right, there's something else we need to add, but I'm going to add that not right now. So I trim this also, trim it all the way down to this point. I'll trim this also all the way down to that point. Move this way, sideways. I trim out all of these unnecessary parts, and trim. Oh no. Trim this. Okay, so let's take that back. I guess trim this. all right, so that's good. And trim this. Okay, I'll trim this line and trim it this way also. So what we have is this weird stuff. Take note that we still have this arc here. Now we have the arc here, we have this also. However, we're going to draw another line, which I should have done previously. So I'll just draw a line this way. Alright, and I'll place constraints or dimensions for this also, so that they don't move around. So selecting these two, the 0.25 is already there, so I don't need to change that, and do the same thing for this so that it's fully defined. And then lastly, I guess these two also. One. Alright, place my tangential constraint again. I select on this first. What do I select first? This one on top, right? Yeah. And select the line. Then I would extend this line to the circle or the arc, and then I can trim these parts of all of this. Alright, so this is what we have. It looks kind of weird, but this is the proper thing that we need. Alright, so at this point I would say finish sketch, and we have it this way, as we can see. So we'll go to revolve and select the following profiles. I select this profile and include this here. Alright, so I haven't selected those two. I will select on our axis of revolution, which is this, and this is what we have. Okay. Alright, so this isn't bad at all. Let's see. Yeah, it looks okay. And then I'll go back to our sketch and make it visible, because there's something we need to create also. So I'll create another revolution, and it would be this profile now. Just that profile, and the axis remains the same. However, we're not going to select join. I would select I guess new components. Yeah. And the reason why we have this or I'm separating these two revolutions is that I would like to make this new revolution to be like a rubber product or component that enhances the grip of the joystick. And I guess from this we notice that there's something like a rubber stuff around it, but as you can see that I'm not placing extra features like the rough texture on it, so we just leave it this way, and when we get into rendering we can create or use a rough kind of rubber material for that. So this is new component, and then I would say okay. Alright guys, so we have it up to this point. However, we are not done, and I would explain why. I really don't know why I'm doing this, but I included a new reference image that showed the bottom part of the controller pad, and it has a little bit of some extra features that I would like to add. This it's very simple to do, and I don't think it's going to take any time at all, so we just quickly get that done. So to do that, I would select new sketch, alright, and select on this top plane. I would click on insert canvas and search for the new file. So from the first video I placed a description to all of these reference files, a link in the description of the first video, and you can go back there to get this particular document. or you could just create it without doing that, because it really isn't so necessary actually. But I'll just insert this so I don't have to go back and forth. I'll select on this plane and say okay. So that's the plane I'm selecting it on. However, I'm not going to trace it, so I'll just move it around. I'm not going to trace it at all. So I just need it to, look at how it was created or sketched out. Very simple stuff. I would create two rectangles. I guess I'll use center rectangle. I'll create a rectangle this way and create one this way. I'll create another set quite larger. I'm copying this from the reference image actually. Seems like it's not really visible, so let's rotate the view. Alright, so we have something like this. Alright, so I'll place dimensions for this. This looks really thin and thinner than the thickness of this. So let's just say, since this is 1, I would probably give this to be 0.5 or 0.75, I guess. Alright, so that's 0.75, and I would say the overall length of this should be about let's see what 12 looks like. Alright, so 12 is okay, and I'll do the same for this second part, and this would be, move this down. I guess 2 is not bad, and this length is going to be about let's see, 7.5, I guess. Alright. So at this point, I'll apply the equal constraints between this and this, and then this line and this line. I'll do the same for this 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's looking a little bit weird, but so all we need right now is just to place this center hole or something. So I would create a circle this way, and then offset the circle and draw 2 lines or something like that. Let's place dimension. This is 4.7, so let's keep it at 4.5. And it's going inwards. I guess 0.35 is not bad. Okay. And lastly, I'll just create 2 lines to join it. I guess it's from this point. Wow, now this is confusing. And to this point. And then, oh, this point. So I'll just go straight to extrude, and we only select the profiles that we need to extrude. So I'll select 1, 2, 3. I think it should be easy for you to follow these weird profiles I'm selecting. So I guess I'll select all of this. Alright, so all that's done. I'll just pick what we have outside. Alright, so that's it. We need just this, and we have this shape within. So with that, I can extrude and select extend type to object. So I want to extrude it to this object. But yeah, I guess that's good enough. So I extrude to that object and say join. I don't understand what it means by multiple selections. Start from profile plane up to objects and make it this way. Alright, so we have specify distance objects, blah blah blah, and okay. Alright. So this is what we have, our joystick. So it's pretty easy. I'm quite sure. And we have two bodies in it, just one body. That's weird. Anyway, we have this body and then we have this component here. So this is where we stop for this, and I hope that you guys enjoyed it. So I would save this part and save it under buttons, and I'll call this joystick. And voila, we are done. Alright guys, thank you for sticking around till the very end of this, and I hope to see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to proceed with our Xbox controller Series X pad and we're going to be creating these buttons behind here. Now these buttons are kind of complicated because of the form that they have, and I have tried several methods for several times to achieve that, and aside achieving it, I've also looked at the time it takes to actually get it done, as well as the complexity of the modeling process. So therefore, right now I've chosen a method which might not completely look like this, but it is easy to follow and it is also short to work with. Alright, so in this video we are going to be using the Freeform tool, and we are going to be using the cut or split body as well as offset surfaces. Yeah, alright then, so at this point I guess we just go right into it. So first things first, I know that you might observe these parts which are here, but these are simply the buttons that we have created in the past, and I brought them in here. However, in subsequent videos, I'm going to show us how to bring our parts in to our major folder or major file and properly position them at their allocated spaces. Alright. So the first thing we're going to be doing here right now is we're going to create a freeform, which is going to be really simple to do. So I go over here, click on freeform, and I would say I need to create a plane. The software asks me for my plane, my first planar surface, so I select on this. Alright, we have center rectangle type here, so I'll just change mine to 2 points, and back view, I begin from here. Now I wanted to bear in mind that I'm creating this freeform larger than the space that we have for the button. As I said earlier on, we are going to be using the split body, and for us to effectively use that, we need the split tool to be larger than the body. Alright, so I select my first point and my second point somewhere here, and change the length faces to 1 and 1. Right now we'll just do it this way. They said the object we're creating is not visible. That's not a big deal. So I go to edit form and we do something really simple. I select on this edge, hold on to my alternate key and drag this planar face here. I drag it once, still holding on to my alt. I drag it the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. Now I know it looks weird, but we're just going to align this and change it into the form that we want. So I want it to come up this way, this way, this comes this way. Alright, let's control and move. Bring this downwards. Bear in mind I'm making this to be larger than the original space we have, but not so large so that the feature is at least still kind of close to what we would like to achieve. Alright, let's put this way. I'll take this upward also, bring this down because it is very important, and take it this way. Alright, I think we are almost done with this face. Alright, so with this I can say okay. We know we have the second part here, so we have to like make or mirror these faces we've created here. So I go to symmetry and say mirror or duplicate, select on this. My mirror plane is going to be this plane. Weld, yes. So the weld allows us to have an automatic symmetry line. Let's say okay. So we notice the green line here, and that's our line of symmetry. To go on, I would create an extra edge, or double click on one of these and just try to place this quite just at the middle and say okay. Not at the middle necessarily of the surface itself, but the middle of this of the transparent outline in the background or behind. Alright then, at this point we have some things to do. I double click on this line newly created. Select priority. Not faces, not body, display and edges. Alright, so I've selected all of these. I go to my back view and modify. I drag this outward this way. Alright, let's change this to the box view, alternate and 1, because it allows us to properly look at the changes we are making. So I do this and go back to this view. I take this downward a little bit. Yeah. Alright then, so we have this, and then I go back to the side view and pick on these bottom lines and drag them outward this way. Yeah, that's all we're doing, and I'd say okay. Alright, so let's see, alternate and 3, it looks this way, not bad looking. However, I'll try to change something else, alternate and 1. I'll double click on this. So double clicking on that, select this and this other edge here, right view, modify, and I will bring that backwards a little bit. With all this done, our next step is going to be, I'm going to crease or make this edge sharp. So I'll go to modify and select on crease. I double click on this line, so you select the entire thing, and I would say okay. Alright, now I go over to the top view, and in my canvas I have my top plane here. I guess I'm going to have to make these ones invisible. Here now we notice that we have something like an extrusion here, right, and then an indent here. So we're going to try to replicate that, and to do so I would select on I go to modify, I select on this face and this second face here. Back to top view, I will drag those inwards a little bit, not so much because it's not a very large indent. And then using this button, I'll click and drag to expand what we have. Alright, I say okay. And with this, we add new edges. Let's double click on this and just drag it in close to this point. Say okay. And I repeat the same process for this edge here and drag it this way and say okay. All right, alternate and 3. This is how it looks. I suppose that we are satisfied with this. All right then, our next step, I'll finish this form. All right, in my right view, this is what we have. The next thing for us to do is, I can hide the canvases now, is to create a body. So I'll begin by making my sketches visible. And we're going to be using this front face cut which we used earlier on during the design process. I'll make the bodies invisible now. And then extrude, and I would select on this part. I will extrude it going backwards by about, let's say, 5 millimeters. I'm not sure how large that is. Bodies needs to be shown. Alright, so extruding backwards about 5 millimeters. It's not bad looking. But let's make it 4 millimeters just to reduce it a little bit. Alright, so 4 millimeters backwards, and I'll say okay. Then I go back to extrude, and still the same front face cut, the same profile. I extrude it in the other direction, let's say -10, and create a kind of tapered angle to it, about, let's say, in -20 degrees, and have it to be join. And I would say okay. Alright then, at this point I can make the sketches invisible, and our next step is going to be to cut through this shape. But before we do that, we're going to make a little bit of adjustment. I'll go back to this freeform. I'll say edit, select the entire thing, and in the right view I'll move it forward just a little bit. I'm moving it forward so that it doesn't it cuts this place the way I want it to. So I'll go and say okay and finish form. Alright, so this is let's see. Yeah, this is what we have, which is not bad looking. Our next step is going to be to split body. Body to split this body, and split into is this body. I'd say okay. And here we have created extra bodies. Make this side invisible, and let's see. All right, so it hasn't split it completely, so we repeat the process. Split body to split, and splitting tool again is this, and I would say okay. Now we have this also split, and what we have left is what is aligned to our freeform 2. I could select on this 2 and say remove, because that's better than just hiding them. And then we make this invisible. Alright, so this is what we have. It looks a little bit I'm not really sure. Let's see. Body. Okay, so the indent we created here, bringing it inwards, was not so much, so we're going to do that again. We simply go to the freeform tool, double click on this, modify, and drag it inside a little bit, and finish form. Alright, so what we can do is, in this case, we can say replace face. So replace this face, this face, this face, this face, all of these faces, and say target face is this surface here. Okay, so it gives us the same thing. I mean, the split body was having issues, so we just use that. Alright, so if I make the body invisible, now we have something like this, which is pretty much very close to what we try to have. And then our next thing for us to do is going back to this view. If I make the canvas visible again, and we notice here that we have kind of cuts, right? So we're going to try to replicate those cuts, and to do so, this is visible. Make this hidden. I'll create a new sketch on this plane. My body is made visible, so we know what we're doing. And I create a line, construction line from the origin point going upward. Switch it off, and I create a line coming this way, check mark, and another going upwards this way, check mark. Alright, so I just noticed that the line created here now needs to be moved because it has to be after this curve. So I select on it and drag. I'll drag it forward. Let's see, go back. I select, and what's going on? Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, line, and I'll create it somewhere here. Move this around. Yeah, so that's a good position. At this point, we would mirror this 1 and 2 and mirror it across this line here. Alright then, we're done with this as a finished sketch. In this view, what we can do now is, I would say, extrude. We extrude these lines as thin lines, or thin extrude. 1, 2, 3, 4. And make their wall thickness about 1 millimeter, I think. Drag it outwards, make it go in 2 sides symmetric. Alright, 1 millimeter is too large. We reduce this to 0.7, and we simply say OK to cut it through. Now we have 4 bodies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 bodies actually. We can go over to sketches and hide the canvas also, and this is what we have. The next thing for us to do is going to be to offset our face. Select on this, select on these faces, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we're going to drag it inwards just a little bit this way. So let's say about -1. And the reason why we're doing this is, if you notice in the canvas we have from the side plane, okay, it's not visible here, but let's look at this reference. It's a little bit how do I say, it goes inward a little bit when compared to the top buttons like we have here. So that's the reason why we're doing this for our model. Alright, something else I need to say. Creating this is kind of strange, and I need to point out that for the original button, it's definitely not like this. I mean, it's not a solid object in which it is completely filled. I suppose we understand that it's going to be shelled for the original object. And also, I've kind of seen images, reference images online, and the way the button actually works is that this part of the buttons are connected to each other. These two parts are connected to each other, and then a casing, this, comes in front to cover them. So that's so that's really the way it is created. But for our case, this is what we're going to have to stick to. All right. So this is good and definitely not bad at all. And so from this we can proceed to go on, because I mean it looks good enough for the controller pad and not perfect, but it works. What we do is we're just going to create fillets for these edges that we have. So I'll select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And we'll make the fillet, let's try 1 millimeter. So this is 1 millimeter, constant, okay. Rolling ball, let's see, setback. I expected the setback to have a little bit of difference or effect here, but apparently it's not interested in that. So I guess what we'll do is we're just going to select on new edges, this also, and make this also 1 millimeter, and go back to rolling. Alright, so I think this is satisfactory now, and I'll say okay. Alright guys, so this is what we have. In the next video we are going to be creating the easy buttons, which are these buttons here. They're pretty easy to do, just circles, extrusions, slot extrusion, and so that's what we're going to achieve in the next one. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I hope you were able to make this to suit your own taste. And I have to say that you could also alter your freeform any way you want. Instead of making it go backward this way, you could make it a straight line. I mean, the freeform is very easy to modify. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to proceed with our Xbox Series X controller pad, and our assignment is going to be to create our buttons located in these spaces, and also the Xbox logo located here. It's going to be really simple, and we're going to be using tools that are quite easy to understand, which are to offset faces, to cut faces, cut bodies, and yeah, just that. Alright, so let's get right into it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we go over to this spot and make all of these bodies or components invisible. Our bodies are visible, and so we just go back to this shape. Hopefully you still have this in your feature tree and haven't deleted it yet. However, if you don't have it, it's kind of going to be a different procedure for you. So I suppose that you still have this, and hopefully you do. To go on, we go over to surface, and we're going to be creating offset of this surface here. Make sure that chain selection is unselected or deactivated, and then I will select on this top face. In your case, if peradventure you do not have this surface anymore and you've deleted it, what you're gonna have to do is go to top face and click on the top face as your own reference face. But in this case we're doing this, and our first distance is going to be by 0.25 millimeters. That's going in the topward direction, and I would say okay. I'll make that invisible for now and repeat the same process. Offset. I would select again on this and make it go in the opposite direction, which is minus 1.5. Alright, so with that we say okay, and I'll make this entire stuff invisible. So what we have here now is these two surfaces. Alright, so like I said, in case you do not have this and you have to use the top face, then you're going to come across a challenge that you have a circle here which needs to be closed up. And in that case, what you're going to have to do, I'm just going to show it real quick, is to create your offset. So let's assume we're creating the offset at this distance. Alright, and I'll make this invisible. So how you're going to fix that, you do not have to bother with the rest of the openings that we have. So you go over to create and patch. So with the patch tool, we just select on the boundary edges and you say okay. So that solves the problem. However, this is not our process. And when you're done with this, you can also just stitch it together, one and the second face too. Alright, so with that, okay. And then you pretty much have what we need to proceed. You do not need to bother about the rest of the parts. All you need is just this part here. However, we are not going to be using this, so I'm going to get rid of all these atrocities. Alright, so we have these two here, and then the next thing for us to do, we go over to our sketches, make it visible, and then we look for the top sketch where we created all of these features. Very easy. I go over to solid and click on extrude. And what I'm going to be extruding is this body here. I click on that and I choose my start plane to be object, which is this object, and choose my end type to be to object again, which is this object. And I'll choose this and say new body, fine, and okay. Alright, so we notice that there's an extrusion located in between the both of them, and then it uses those two surfaces as the extreme extents, which is what we want to have. So I can make this invisible, and we have this. Our next procedure is easily going to be to create our fillet. So we understand that this is not supposed to be sharp. I mean, it defeats the purpose of ergonomy when it comes to product design. So it has to be something that is quite safe for users to use. So sharp edges like this are not allowed. Hence we create a fillet, and then we don't make it a lot. So I guess we just make it 0.3 millimeters and say okay. Alright, so if we make the top face visible now, we notice that this is what we have. Okay, and it's flushing with the bottom face here. I'll make it invisible again because I really don't need it. Now our next thing to do will be to create a new sketch. So using the sketch, and on the top plane we have it this way. I move and position properly. I go back to sketches, okay, not sketches, to canvas, and I make the top canvas visible. So what we're going to do right now is just to trace out the shape of the Xbox logo. And to do that, we're going to make use of our spline tool. And for this, we use the control point spline. I select my first point. Take note that it doesn't have to be accurate. I mean, select my first point and my second. Click on the check mark. Click on enter and drag this point here. I guess I'll make this canvas invisible, and let's see, also the body, so it doesn't confuse me. So I click on this and I'm able to drag to position it properly to the shape that I desire. So once you've gotten your desired shape, The next thing is to repeat the same process. Create spline, control point spline. I select my first point, my second, and my third. I'm using the control point spline because I kind of think it's easier to control, definitely. And I'll say enter again. In other cases, if you use the other spline, which is the fit point spline, it's kind of difficult. Well, probably not for everybody, I don't know. But for me, I prefer this control point spline. So now that we have done this and we're satisfied with the way our logo looks, or the first part of the X shape, we're going to just easily create a construction line for the purpose of mirroring. I'll draw this way. And now we're going to go over to modify and choose split body. The body to split is easily this body, and our splitting tool is going to be the sketches that we have created. However, for some reason which I do not know, we cannot select all of the sketches at the same time. So I suppose we can only select sketches that do not cross each other. So I'll select on for splitting tool, select on this and this. So we're not able to select this because I guess it crossed these sketches. And we use the extend splitting tool so that it cuts it completely, and we say okay. Now that we have this, we repeat the same process, modify and split body. Take note that we have 3 bodies now, so we have to select every one of them. And then we say our sketches, make it visible again. Oh, not you. You. And then we choose these sketches now. Alright. Okay. Now with this, we have our Xbox logo done, and all we need to do is to combine some of these bodies together. Alright, so we go over to combine, and our target body is going to be the center body, and our 2 bodies are going to be the other bodies created. So we choose new component and okay. Alright, so we still have the bodies separated, and it seems, yeah, so we just remove the one at the center. Okay. Alright, so this is done, and then our next step is going to be to create the other buttons 1, 2, 3. Alright, so to do this, I would unselect this and reduce this, make the canvas visible, I guess. Then turn up the sketch. So we check up the new sketch here, and we know that we have the dimensions for the bodies here. We're going to edit sketch, and we just create some offset, which are really simple things. So the first offset we create is going to be for this, and we make it 0.5 millimeters outward direction. Then we create an offset again, coming inwards with the minus 0.1 millimeters. Alright, so that's okay. And then I repeat the same process for the other sketches. And the reason I'm doing this is we know that the button is going to be in a hole that is kind of larger So the 0.5 offset is used for stability for the hole, and then the minus 0.1 is like a tolerance. So we'll do it again for the slots. I hope my explanation makes sense. And we come inwards also at minus 0.1 millimeters. All right. So with all this done, our next step is just to extrude our sketches. However, I'm going to be extruding these individually, the buttons individually, so that they are not like joined together to be a single body. Peradventure, it might take a while for yours to load because it has to reload all of the features we created previously. So it's kind of time consuming, but no problem. Our next thing to do is to create our extrusions. And then since I said I'll be doing this one by one, so I'll select all of this and extrude it upwards by 3 millimeters. Oh, no. The distance should be 1 millimeter. And yeah, so with the 1 millimeters, we repeat the extrusion with the sketch still visible, and then this time we extrude the inner sketch, and we start with the plane object and select on the top face of the initial extrusion, and then this time around we extrude it by 3 millimeters. Yeah, that's how it should be. Okay, with this I would create another extrusion. So this time around we'll go over to the slot. I'll repeat the same process, extrude the entire sketch first. I'm only doing this so that it doesn't create them as a single body, and we don't have to start separating them later. So I guess this is just my own cheat way of doing this. Alright, so profile object again, and then the inner slot, top face, and 3 millimeters upwards. And we say join. And then lastly, this face here. Extrude 1, 2, and 3 by 1 millimeter. And then again, the innermost circle. And that's 3 millimeters. Alright. So with these three, we notice that under bodies we have them separated, right? So that's what I wanted. And I can make the sketch invisible now. So we have few things on our screen. And then we create fillets, obviously, for all of these different bodies. So I use until it looks good to my eyes. So I think 0.75 is okay. Alright, that's our rounded figure. The next thing for us to do is just to create the inscription on our buttons. It's going to be simple to do. And obviously because we've learned a few things already. So I go to sketch, and I guess I should create it on the previous sketch created. So we don't have too many features. So I'll just go back to this under sketches, and we actually want the sketch for the X button. So this and edit sketch. I'll just rename it to inscription, so that's easy to identify later. And yeah, so edit sketch. All right. So now that we are done with this, our next thing to do is to repeat the kind of process that we did here. So we have our bodies visible. Let's see where they are. All right, so what we're going to do is modify and split face. This time around, I'm not splitting the entire body, just the face. So I'll choose my split into one. Let's see. All right, so I'll say okay. And I'll repeat the same process. Split face one, and split into, I use these tools here. It's kind of weird how I cannot select them both at the same time. But at least we understand the process. So this is this, and we have created a split on this face. So what we have now is face here and all of that. So we repeat the process for the other buttons, which should be split face, this, split two, So if you're wondering how I'm able to go quickly back into the split face, it's just by right clicking on your mouse button, holding onto the button, and then drag your mouse upwards. I know some of these shortcuts, but I don't know. I have a bad habit of always going back here to look for it. Alright, so we have all of this. I suppose this is okay where it is. It looks a little bit off. So I'm going to drag that sketch downwards a little bit. So this is inscription. I'll go to edit sketch and just select on all of this by clicking and dragging. And I would say move. So I'll just pull it downwards a bit this way and say okay. Finish sketch. Alright, so now that's fine. Alright guys, I can make this invisible, and then this is what we have. What you're going to do next is going to be to make these bodies components. So create components from bodies so that we can bring them in and use as what's it called, and use for the, I should call it assembly process. It's not really an assembly, but let's just call it that. So all of these bodies, 1, 2, 3, 4, I would create component from bodies and come down here to see what they are. This and this. I'll bring them together. I mean, they should be together. New component. Xbox logo. From bodies. External. Should I make it external? Internal. Parent is going to be this. Alright, so somehow I think we've jumped the gun here and we've kind of overlooked the process. And because here now we have the components for the logo separated, which is not ideal. So what I'll try to do is just to see how I can rectify that target body. So I'll make the target body, let's say this. Where is it? There are components, not bodies. Target body, I'll make it this one. And then the two bodies, I'll make it one. It's kind of strange why we're doing this way. 1, 2 under bodies. This, and lastly, not origin, bodies, and this. So I'll make them a new component, keep the tools, no. Okay. So this is very unidealistic. This should definitely not be the way this is done. So let's see, what component is this? Component. So all of these components now can all be removed. I would say remove. And we still have that. Lastly, we have this component here and this. So what I want to do is to kind of bring them together. 1. And let's see. So this has different bodies within. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see, modify, press put, this. Very weird. It's undoable. However, you know what? We're just gonna leave it that way. And I know why I'm saying that. Since we have already created it to be positioned here, so we don't really need to separate that anymore. So I'll just leave that positioned. I'll rename this to be Xbox logo and Xbox logo do. It's a weird stuff, but we can use this mistake definitely. So I don't know what to call this now. I'll just say button 1. I'm not sure. I'll call this button 2. It's been a long time since I played games, so I don't really know what these buttons are anymore. Buttons 3. Button 3. Alright, now, so with all of this, which is good for us, we are going to save this separately. So I'll say export. As button 1 under these reference files, under buttons, and let's see, export. Save it to project in the cloud and not to my computer. Export. I'll do the same for the rest of them. Export. Save to project in the cloud, not my computer. Export. Export. So for all of that, we're not going to export this. We just leave these buttons here. So we could remove these buttons. And this is what we have. Alright guys, so this is good, and in the next video we are going to be bringing all the buttons at once and positioning them properly within this workspace. So we're going to place them all in their appropriate positions. I hope that you guys have enjoyed this so far, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. In this video, we are going to be bringing together all components of our Xbox Series X controller pad, which I've created in the previous videos. It's going to be somewhat like an assembly video, or procedure. However, it is not completely an assembly in the sense that the joints are not mechanical, but considering the fact that each of the buttons is allowed degrees of freedom in certain ways, and they're not really constrained aside with the shell casing of the pad. So we are not going to be using the typical default mechanical constraint style, but this is going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of tweaking till you are satisfied with what you're doing, and it's only this way because we decided to create the components separately and we did not just create them everything together. So without much left to say, we jump into this. To proceed, our first step is going to be to come over to our data panel, and remember that we created a buttons folder and we have all of our buttons to be inserted here. We're going to use our canvas to help us in determining where the buttons go, so I'll click on canvas to make it available, and in this case what we need is our top plane. Alright, so what we're going to do is going to be bringing in these buttons A, B, Y and X individually. So I'll click on one by right clicking and select on insert into current design. I would not move it much right now, but actually I'll just leave it this way. I'll leave it at the origin point, insert into current design. Do the same thing for this. Okay, slide down the X. Okay, and lastly our Y, insert into current design, and okay. Now there's a slight trick to these buttons. If we look at the shape of the casing properly, we notice that we have curves, which means that the buttons are not necessarily going to be straight all the time. So for the button which is supposed to be, it's going to be tilted a little bit. This is going to be tilted accordingly, and the rest of them. So in a way, it's kind of tricky, but it's still not difficult to do. Our first thing to do is going to be over at the top plane. So what we'll do is I go to the first button, we make the canvas visible again so we know where to place each button. So I go to button A and close this for a moment, move, and I will just drag this using this plane. It makes it faster for me, and drag it over to this spot here. I go to button B, I repeat the same process and do that for the remaining buttons also. Button X, okay, button Y. In the case of, if let's say peradventure we're using a different software, I don't think we'll be able to do it this way. But somehow Fusion 360 was created for weird assembly processes such as this. So with Fusion 360, you don't necessarily have to use very defined assembly processes. That's just the way they created it. So B, I'll try to position them properly. And also we have something we call the as built joint here, which creates a joint, but it just creates it based on, how do I say this, the current position of the object. It's a weird phenomenon, but that's a weird way that this software works. So with all this positioned here, I'm trying to make it constrained in a good way. So what I'll do is I'll select on each of these buttons, move again, So using this top view, I will drag them all upwards till I see that okay, it's kind of good. I would say let's change the view of this visual style to wireframe. Or I would say, let me see, wireframe with hidden edges. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to take into account the thickness of the shell. So I'll just drag these buttons downward a little bit. And visual style will go back to normal. Alright, so now that we are this way, this is okay. This is quite not good enough. So for the A, which is okay, we leave it that way, and then the rest of the buttons I will just manipulate and try to place them in a good order. In the case of this white Y button, I'm going to also rotate it to allow it to align properly with the hole, and then position it properly for the rest of it. Alright, so followed me in a way with what I've just done. You notice that each of the buttons is positioned in its own special way, and that's me taking into consideration the shape of the controller pad case. So for this and some of them, I rotated the way you've seen me demonstrate, and that's the same way that they look in reality. So if I go over to reference image, and you notice that the button is bent in a way, and then they are positioned differently to fit the hole and the shape of the controller pad. So that's also the same procedure that we are following. So we have done all of this. The next thing for us to do would be to bring in some other buttons. So I would say the buttons we created in the previous video, insert into current design. In this case, we would notice that the buttons are positioned already appropriately where they should be, and the reason for this is because when we made these buttons in the previous video, we already placed them where they should be. So we created them as more of like a skeletal modeling approach. So the reference or the main origin point was taken into consideration when we're creating this. Hence, the reference is still taken into consideration now that we're bringing it in. So this is what we have, and I'll bring in the third button also. So to make our adjustments for these buttons, they are simply positioned at a lower altitude. So I would say cancel this for a while, move, and then components 1, 2, and 3. I'll go over to the back view. I'll drag these 3 upwards this way till I feel that it's good enough, generally speaking. And then the next thing for me to do is just to create some extra manipulations for these buttons. So for this one, I'll rotate a bit. Alright, so with these buttons manipulated, the next thing for us to do is going to be to bring in our analog buttons, and back here, so I'll just say joystick. So the joystick we're inserting twice. Insert the first, I'll drag it somewhat this way. Insert the second, I'll drag it this way and take it upwards a little bit. Okay, so using the top view, I'll be able to position them at their appropriate locations. Joystick 1, and just drag till I'm satisfied with where it is. So let's see, this is okay. For joystick 2, do the same and bring it here. Alright, next I would select on both, drag, and change the altitude. Just somewhere about here. The controller pad has most of the analog points or mass below the shell. So this is just about good. So let's see how it looks from this view. Okay, so this is good. However, the holes that we see, I guess we'll move it upwards a little bit more. 1, 2, and then drag up for part of the curve to be outside. Alright. Now this is good. And then we'll bring in these direction buttons. Insert into current design. I'll cancel this. I'll position this in the appropriate space. This way. Let's see what we have. Alright, I'll rotate since it should be this way. Alright, in this direction I'll take it upwards. In this direction, and look at it again. Alright, and then lastly, let's see how it looks in the sideways direction and this way. So we notice that it's touching here in a way, so I will drag it downwards a little bit this way and say okay. Alright, so now we have those, and lastly we bring in the final button, the R and L. Insert into current design, and I will drag this outwards this way with the right view. I will bring this backwards somewhat and rotate it because it needs rotation. Rotate it this way, drag downwards, drag inwards. It's a very weird procedure, but I mean, it is satisfactory. So we have this positioned here, and I'll say cancel. Now for all of our parts, we know that we have changed the position. This is to take it back to their initial default positions when they were brought in, but now we say capture position. So we capture position, all of the positions for all of these buttons are saved. I can make our canvas invisible, and this is what we have. So this is our Xbox Series X controller pad. It's I would say a little bit more difficult than I anticipated, and I think that's definitely due to the fact that the buttons were created individually, and perhaps if we had chosen just to create them where or in their position, like after creating the shell, I create the button immediately in that position, create the button, it will look a little bit more different. But the truth is, in reality, the procedure for creating products such as this goes through these difficult kind of situations where the buttons must fit in properly, and it's never really perfect to see. However, for this point here, I think there is definitely no excuse for why this looks this way. But I think it still looks good. So this is this assembly process, and after this we can create the rendered image for everything to make it look good. Alright guys, I know definitely it has been a long journey getting here, but I hope that you've learned one or two things from this project, and your final model also came out similar to this, or even much more better than this. So for now, this would be where we end with the modeling phase, and every other thing is just going to be a fringe display. Alright guys, thank you so much for sticking around till the end. Don't forget to save your project, render it the way you want. I would create my own render also and showcase it to the world. It doesn't matter if it has been the perfect model for you, but the fact that you completed it is something to be proud of. You can tag me on it, so I'll just take a look see and see how far you've gone with this, and hopefully your render is far better than mine. Thank you so much for sticking around, and I'll catch you later. Hi there, if you liked this video, you can give it a thumbs up by clicking on the like button, and if you are yet to subscribe, it takes you just about 3 seconds to click on the button and select the notification bell so you get updates when new uploads are made. Alright, that's all for now. See you in the next video.